Off in the Monday opener, no chalk, was off a beat slowly there. Bustin' Roxy from the rail, right to the lead immediately. Tackled by Amazing Dottie. These two speed off. They have 4.5 lengths on the duo of Embraceable Gal and Capital Gal. And after the stutter step start, no chalk has kept position at the rail. Field makes their way to the far turn. Bustin' Roxy where she likes to be on the front end. Being chased by Amazing Dottie through a quick first quarter of 22-3. Moving up along the insides, no chalk. The gals are at the back. Embraceable Gal and Capital Gal midway on the far turn. Amazing Dottie just got the better of Bustin' Roxy, who's not going down without a fight in the offing. No chalk rides the rails in thirds. Then Embraceable Gal and Capital Gal off the turn and into the stretch. Amazing Dottie through a half in 46-2. Amazing Dottie past the 8th pole with a length and a half lead. Bustin' Roxy, no chalk, trying to chime in late. Coming down to the 16th pole, Amazing Dottie. Here comes another late rally from no chalk, but it's too late, not enough. Amazing Dottie wins the opener by 2.5. Then Super, 3-2, 5-1, $2.36. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. In race 2, scratch the 6. And they're off. Away slowly was Melissa's Smile. Saloon Girl protects rail and is hustled right to the lead by Luis Perez. On the outside, Misty Gale moves up in second, just ahead of Lindsay, who tries to split rivals in third. Back and forth is Mind of Gold, and the trailer is Melissa's Smile. 3 across the track. Saloon Girls at the rail, Lindsay between, and Misty Gale. They go around the first turn. A pretty contentious opening quarter here. They tripped it in 24-4. So Saloon Girl has 3 parts of a length on Lindsay. Backing off a bit is Misty Gale in third. She's now 2.5 from the front. To her inside is Mind of Gold, and it's about a half dozen back to Melissa's Smile, who's at the back of the pack, 9 lengths from the lead. And the leader now, Saloon Girl, who's gotten away from Lindsay, who's come under a ride in second. To the outside comes Misty Gale to the rail. Mind of Gold through a half and 49 flat. They're on the far turn. Saloon Girls had the lead from the start. Saloon Girl 2 lengths. Here comes the duo of Misty Gale and Mind of Gold. Then we come back to a backpedaling Lindsay and Melissa's Smile trying to chime in from the back. The field about to make their way to the top of the stretch here. Saloon Girl just found another gear, and she opened up 2 lengths. Misty Gale a bit wide into the stretch, and now they're off the turn and into the stretch, and Saloon Girl still there, and Misty Gale keeps trying to come at her. Melissa's Smile from the back, and Mind of Gold just trudging on from the inside. They're in deep stretch past the 16th pole, and Saloon Girl is going to take them on a wire-to-wire tour of Finger Lakes here today. She won it by 5 in the end. Misty Gale held second over Melissa's Smile. Mind of Gold rounds out the $2 double 3-1, $12.40. $2 exacta 1-4, $23.60. 50-cent try, 1-4-3, $33.62. And the 10-cent super, 1-4-3. And they're off. Left at the gate there was the number 4, True Empress. She spots the field a half a dozen lengths. There's 'Cause You're Pretty and Tivoli Gardens. Harry Hernandez goes to the whip and hustles her to the lead. The gray Tivoli Gardens has a half length on 'Cause You're Pretty, now a length. Back in third is Golden Moonlight. Gap of about 5 more to Tequila and 3 more to True Empress, who's caught up after the early miscue. 22-3 opening quarter there, set by Tivoli Gardens. Tivoli Gardens a length, now a half length. 'Cause You're Pretty, Andre Worry just took a peek back looking for the competition. He has Golden Moonlight to the outside, and the 2 back markers, Tequila and True Empress, are starting to catch up. Off the turn and into the stretch. 'Cause You're Pretty just made the lead. Tivoli Gardens not going down without a fight. A bold 4-wide bid coming from True Empress. Between is Tequila. They're coming to the 8th pole. It's still 'Cause You're Pretty. Here comes True Empress, who was impossible early, but True Empress just struck the lead. Battling back is 'Cause You're Pretty, True Empress, 'Cause You're Pretty, True Empress. Wow. She wanted a neck after a horror. 50-cent try, 4-5-3, 26 even. And the 10-cent super, 4-5-3-2, $7.12. And they're off. Off a beat slowly there was Been Good to Know Ya. Up front there, Smile takes charge. From between horses, there's Boom Boom Thunder. At the rail, Stars and Stones. Pop Coyer's there, so 2 room pressure A mad scramble for the lead. That's won by Smile Takes Charge. He has a length and a half lead. Up the inside comes Stars and Stones in second. Then Boom Boom Thunder and Room Pressure. Dropping out of it there was Pop Coyer. Union Navy's at the rail. Then Profitability. And a long way back to Been Good to Know You, who trails. Opening quarter went in 22-4. Smile Takes Charge is a big price. Just over 20-1, and Smile Take Charge leads them here. Room Pressure barrows 1-2 right now as Stars and Stones tries to make up ground along the rail. Boom, boom, Thunder between as well. Off the turn and into the stretch through a 46 3/2. Room Pressure just made the lead. Here comes a big rally from Union Navy, who's a big price. Union Navy 16-1, has dead aim on Room Pressure and just went by. Union Navy a half length, now a length. Union Navy over Room Pressure under the line by a length. Then it $12-4-4-2, 143.50. $12 exact at 2-8, 190.50. 50-cent try, 286, 116 even. 10-cent super, 2865, 140. And they're off. Sharpaz from the inside, joined by the favorite, busting away on the far outside. Here comes East Coast Girl. These three have 2 lengths on Don't Lose Cruise and Civil Service, who's at the tail end of the field. 3-way scramble on for the lead. Busting away backs out of there as Sharpaz and East Coast Girl go at it. The favorite busting away, now a length and a half back in third. 2 more to Don't Lose Cruise. And at the back is still Civil Service, 22-1. East Coast Girl wins the battle into the far turn as Sharpaz retreats. Right away, busting away, attacks East Coast Girl, and in the offing is the Don't Lose Cruise. East Coast Girl dealing with busting away. East Coast Girl off the turn and into the stretch, still in front, and now busting away through a half and 46-1. Took the lead away from East Coast Girl there, and past the 8th pole, starts to draw away from East Coast Girl, who's going to try to battle Don't Lose Cruise for second, but at the 16th pole, busting away is back on the win train, and busting away is going to win it by 2.5. Don't Lose Cruise got second over East Coast, 9 cents. 50-cent pick 3, 422, $69 even. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Please. And they're off. From the outside, Sharpoon shows first. Castle Cove Spirits there along the inside. Here comes Dorothy's Happiness. The firster has speed. And now Support the Cats there as well. Sharp Playboy pressing the issue as well. So a bunch of them left for position, but Dorothy's Happiness has the lead. It's about a neck. Sharp Playboy right on his throat in second. Support the Cat poised behind them in third through an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. It's a line of 4. Montauk Surf, Castle Cove Spirits there. Sharpoon, Jersey Greg. Then we come back to Destined for Glory, the other firster trails. One first is in front. It's Dorothy's Happiness, the favorite. Been battling with Sharp Playboy the whole way. Support the Cat's been tracking in third. Trying to make up ground's Castle Cove Spirit through a half and 47-1. Off the turn and into the stretch. Luis Perez is looking for 3, and Dorothy's Happiness just spurted away to a 2-length lead. Dorothy's Happiness on his way to a debut tally. He's in front by 5. Sharp Playboy is giving feudal chase along with the others. Nice looking debut here. Dorothy's Happiness crushed him. Won it by 9. Then it was Sharp Playboy. Support the try, 142, 21.75. And the Dime Super, 1429, $15.25. Race 7 comes up next. It's the start of the late double. And they're off from the rail. There goes Devil or Angel, and from the outside draw, Royal Suspect. So these two speed off already. They have 4 lengths on Brother Jeremiah, who rides the rails in third. Between horses, there's Dates Freedom. The favorite Leo and Royal spun 4 wide into the tone is Tacony Road. And at the back, Delta Ridge is already 10 from the front. Royal Suspect wins that battle around the first turn through a quick first quarter in 24-3. Altering course and going outside there was Coer and Devil or Angel. Gap of 3 lengths to Brother Jeremiah, who is surrounded by the favorite Leo and Royal to the outside and Dates Freedom to the rail. 6.5, 7 lengths from the lead is Tacony Road, and at the back it's Delta Ridge as they make their way up the back stretching towards the far turn, led by Royal Suspect. Royal Suspect and Joel Cruz through a half and 49 and 2, able to slow it down a little bit there as the field makes their way to the far turn. It's Royal Suspect the length. Devil or Angel under a drive. Brother Jeremiah in a cozy spot, just 2 lengths from the lead in third. Fourth, Tacony Road. Backpedaling's the favorite, Leo and Royal. Today's not his day. About to be passed by Delta Ridge at the back is Dates Freedom. They come off the turn and into the stretch with 3/4 in 1:14 and 2. They're led by Royal Suspect. Here comes Devil or Angel for another run at them. Tacony Road down the center. Up the rail, Brother Jeremiah. Anyone of 4 can win it. Royal Suspect's almost home. Outside Devil or Angel. Devil or Angel trying to get by Royal Suspect. Devil or Angel, Royal Suspect. Devil or Angel and Royal Suspect. Devil or Angel wins another photo here at Finger Lakes. He won this one by a head at 7-1. 1-1, 49.60. $2 exact to 1-7, 98.50. 50-cent try, 172, 88.62. And the dime super, 1726, $75 and a dime. And they're off. With dashing speed shows first. Now along the inside, here comes St. Bones, the favorite. Joel Cruz hustles him along the rail. They protect the position and protect the lead. It's St. Bones a length. With dashing speed follows in second. 5 Destinations under a hold by Andre Worry in third. Joe West, his stablemates, 3 wide in fourth. Fifth along the inside's Holloway. Then we come back to God Laughs. It's 2.5 more to Ollie Can Dance, and Mount Morris is at the back, 10 lengths from the lead. 25-second easy opening quarter for St. Bones. St. Bones calls the shots, 3 parts of a length. 5 Destinations, sidles up alongside in second. Joe West, Cabercoa looking for 3. He's got a stranglehold on him in third. Between horses, there's Holloway. And with dashing speed is at the rail. Then we come 2.5, 3 lengths more back to God Laughs. Ollie Can Dance has one beaten. It's Mount Morris, 49-4 for the half. The field's on the far turn. And St. Bones has called the shots from the start. Now 5 Destinations gets the cue. So does Joe West. Holloway at a big price looking to spring the upset here. From the back, Ollie Can Dance. Their field is ready to make their way to the top of the stretch. They went 3/4 in 1:15 and 2. St. Bones. Holloway sneaks up the inside, and Stephen Frett maneuvers him off the rail for a roll. Here comes Ollie Can Dance down the center of the track. Ollie Can Dance, a big danger to St. Bones, who's almost home, and now Ollie Can Dance at the 16th pole starts to draw away from St. Bones. Ollie Can Dance going to take the finale and get out of the maiden ranks by 2.5. St. Bones held second. Then it was Holloway. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Tuesday here in Farmington. Track is fast. Temperature's around 80 degrees. A little breeze coming in from the north. Carry over in the pick six. It starts in race 3 of $926. Here are the changes for today's races. If you need PPs for today, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. Race number 1 starts the early pick 4 and the early double, a couple of scratches. This one being announced for the first time. Scratch to 3, Sweeping Passion. Sweeping Passion is a fresh scratch. Earlier, you could scratch the 7, Kaz's Rose. So once again, in race 1, scratch the 3, Sweeping Passion, and the 7, Kaz's Rose. Race 2. No changes in the second. The start of the first pick 3 of the day. The $1 pick 6 starts in race 3 with that carryover of $926. There are no changes in the third. Race 4 kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 3, Daniil, and the 4, Jason Liam. Scratch the 3, Daniil, and the 4, Jason Liam from race 4, the start of the 50-cent pick 5. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. No changes in the fifth. Final pick 3 of the day begins in race number 6. An overweight for the 1, Eddie's Rocket, 1 pound over. Overweight for the 2, She's Enticing, 1 pound over. And there's also an additional work for the number 2, She's Enticing. On July 18th here at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs and 37 flat breezing over a fast track. That additional work for the 2, She's Enticing, in race 6. Race 7 kicks off the late double. Additional work for the 2, Flash Kiss, on July 18th. 4 furlongs here over a fast track at Finger Lakes in 50 seconds flat breezing. That additional work for the 2, Flash Kiss, in race 7. And in race number 8, today's finale. Overweight on the 3, Peaceful Persuasion, 1 pound over. There's also an additional work for Peaceful Persuasion. July 18th, 4 furlongs, 51-1 breezing right here at Finger Lakes over a fast track. That additional work for the 3, Peaceful Persuasion, in race 8. And please note the number 5, Big Hutchie's a Gelding. Number 5, Big Hutchie a Gelding in race number 8. Fast track, temperature around 80 degrees. Partly cloudy skies with a little breeze coming in from the north. Pick 6 starts in race 3. There's a carryover of $926. And again, if you need free PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of our friends at Equibase. Post time for the opener is at 1 p.m. Coming up next, the Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Got a live day of thoroughbred racing right here at Finger Lakes. 8 races on the card. at least as of now, fast racetrack, seems like the weather forecast is always the same. Chance of rain or thunderstorms. Well, there's a chance I'll have 7 or 8 winners. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. But yeah, that's what's great about being a weatherman. Easier than being a handicapper. Anyway, yeah, I looked at today's card. You got a kind of like yesterday. Got a bunch of races that you could just pretty much narrow down and play your tries, your picks. And there's a couple of them, a couple maiden races that I thought were pretty wide open. How about Devil or Angel yesterday, by the way? Speaking of the one race that did produce a good price winner. Devil or Angel for the second race in a row. And facing a lot tougher competition, too. Defeating a really strong field. It just found a niche going long and has a nose for the wire for Michael Lassesi. Congratulations to him. Devil or Angel lightened things up yesterday. We'll see what today brings us. We are going to start with a short distance of 5 furlongs. Remember, 1 o'clock first post. That'll be every day until, I think, Labor Day, until early September. Then we'll go back to our regular, I think it's 1:15. And then not too long, a couple months later, we go the earlier post. It's when they change the clocks. Don't want to get ahead of himself right now. Then enjoy the summer before you get into football season. I know a lot of people here are Patriot fans. We're in Patriot country. Anyway, 5 furlongs, a short distance to the first. Keep that in mind. That's pretty key here. It's a never 1-2 condition. I just got a late scratch of the 3 Sweeping Passion, kind of a big scratch in here. Had that one as my second choice in the race. And we also scratched the 7 Kaz Rose. Could be significant, does have tactical speed going 5 furlongs. Now, I think you're left, as far as the speed is concerned, with Road to Royalty and Debbie Darling. That is, if they send the Road to Royalty sharp and they put the horse on the lead today. I mean, the stablemate had a little bit of speed in her debut. But class-wise, let's face it, who's the best horse in the race? No question, it's Road to Royalty. I think the big concern is the layoff, obviously. Only 1 start since June, and that was in August of last year. So 11 months away from the races for Road to Royalty. And a lot of seconds. I guess that comes into play, too. If she's not completely on her game, she's finishing second a lot. Of course, 2 allowance horses. But I think she could beat these 5,000 claimers. That's the red flag, though. I mean, she's in for 5,000. It's a scary play because you're going to have to take a short price now with a scratch of the 3. Figured it'd be those 2 horses getting all the play. Sweeping Passion getting a lot of play. Road to Royalty going to get play as well. If she had a race, it's an obvious play, but without that start and with the consecutive seconds, although those seconds were against some really tough customers, she's the one to beat in here, no question about it. Now, 5 furlongs is the distance as mentioned, and that's going to be tougher for a deep closer like Midnight Empress. Keep in mind, inside didn't seem like the place to be yesterday. You saw those horses that got caught on the rail didn't always do so well. You could win on the front or win saving some ground, but the rail didn't seem that great yesterday. You see Kevin circling in the last race to win the finale. And he's on Midnight Empress for John Buckley. These 2 have teamed up for a lot of wins lately. But 5 furlongs is going to be the issue, though, I think, for Midnight Empress. You do have a couple speeds, as mentioned, Road to Royalty. Debbie Darling dropping off a maiden win. Not really a drop, but Midnight Empress is going to use for second. She just seems like the next best in this race. Just a concern of can she get there at 5 furlongs. If Road to Royalty comes up a little bit short. You do have a little bit of insurance with La Dama Dorada. That one took a long time to get to the races. She made her first start as a 4-year-old filly. Her mother is a half to the great Breaking the Fever. Remember, her mother, first time out, romped. She did the same. She won pretty easily, although it was against $5,000 maidens. So how good is La Dama Dorada? Or is it La Dama Dorada? You say that, you say Dorada. The question is going to be how good is she? At least she's a little bit of insurance if you're back in Road to Royalty. Debbie Darling's the interesting one because she was running against maiden special weights. Keeps dropping. She faced the maiden claimers in New York, the easier maiden special weights, then dropped all the way down to 11 and 9s, and now drops off of the win. basically, I mean, it's not really a drop. When you go to the 2 lifetime 5 off the 11-9 maiden win, it's not really any that much easier. But, and the other thing with Debbie Darling is she was lone speed, absolutely lone speed that day. And she's not going to be today, but the positive is it's 5 furlongs, so she could get out there with Road to Royalty again. If Road to Royalty doesn't have it off that layoff, she comes into play as another win threat. But those seem to be the main win threats in here. The distance is the question for Midnight Empress. Debbie Darling, is she good enough? She was lone speed last time. Obviously, she's not today. So that's how it looks. 1A, 4, and 8 in race number 1. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going a distance of 6 furlongs. Yeah, what a race between He's Got the Jack and Norgay. That was a pretty good field in that finale that day in that 8th race. Couples therapies, no slouch, and he's 8 lengths clear of the 3rd place horse and just got outdueled to the wire. That was close. Now, they did go slow, so there's a positive and negative to that race. The positive is he ran pretty tough against a horse that was basically dropping off of a win in He's Got the Jack and had everything his own way. I mean, they went 48 to the half. So you consider that a follow the leader type trip and then making a run at him and just missing, or is it one of those things where he didn't get to the winner because the winner had the 48? Well, he's 8 lengths clear of the rest of them, mainly because of the 48. But he was a class drop that day, was facing tougher before that, and off of the last effort, you got to think he's going to be awfully tough in here. And let's face it, He's Got the Jack out of the race, who was the main speed. There really isn't a lot of speed in here. It looks like Red Hot Lincoln, who seems to be more route speed than sprint speed, actually sent hard last time to get the lead in that sprint. But I would think that he's not any faster than Norgay. At least it gives Norgay a running partner if he is aggressive from the rail. But John Barrios actually had a double call in here. Looks like he chose to ride Norgay over that one, which makes sense. But we'll see what the tactics will be. I think he's got a shot to make the front end in this second race, depending on how aggressive Red Hot Lincoln is from the rail. Now, Hutch probably needed a start. I think he's better going long than short, but he did win going 5.5 at the end of the year last year. Granted, it was a pretty easy field. He beat a horse that's still like 1 for 44 in BC Glory days, so I don't know how good a field that was that he beat. I think he's just he just had a lot of rough trips when he was in routes last year and faced some tougher horses at the 11 and 9 level. But this field didn't come up that strong. He was in for that waiver claim last time and didn't run that badly. And he did break poorly, kind of compromised by that start. I'm not sure he would have won the race anyway. But he looks like the one to probably beat Norgay if somebody does, if that one does hiccup on the front end. It is 6 furlongs, keep in mind. And that might help a horse like Hutch and Thundering March. Buckley obviously having the 2 main contenders to Norgay. So basically it's Lugu, who's probably going to be favored in there. And then you got the 2 Buckleys probably trying to team up and close after that rival. Thundering March is a horse that comes from further out of it. With his running style, he doesn't win an awful lot, especially at shorter distances. Actually, he hasn't won at 6 furlongs either, as he's a 2-time winner. 0 for 8 at the distance, but does come off his best race of the year behind Redemption Road. With a little trouble before the start, but the main thing was the pace was kind of against him too. They went 47 and change for the 6 furlong distance, but at least he showed some signs of life. He's a sit back, make a run type horse, so they're going to have to back up to him. And hard not to see him in the top 3. It's hard to like anybody else in this race, to be honest with you. Seems like Outstanding Debt's outclassed. Uncle Vic's not the same horse anymore. And Red Hot Lincoln might have a chance from the rail to make the number, but it seems like it's 3, 4, 5 in some order. 4, 3, 4, 5, 3, 5. Seems like those 3 are the main contenders. Okay, third race starts the pick 6. A $1 pick 6. I think there's a small, tiny carryover, less than 1,000. Adds to the appeal, though. It's a starter optional claiming race, and it's a good one. This one goes a distance of 1.70 miles. I mean, there's a couple you might want to for the toss here, but Central Love looks a little outclassed. Our boy Chico might get caught up in the pace. The rest of them kind of play, and I'm looking at the pace more than anything in this race. I mentioned rail wasn't that great yesterday. Pace looks quick today. The true closer in here is the 6 Our Man Mike. He's an interesting one because he's not really bred to go a long distance, and it just seems like that distance series, the longer the better. Goes against his breeding, but let's face it, Mike Ferraro horses, they all run well against their breeding. But the big thing is, he really benefits the most from what looks to be a pretty decent pace. You got all horses that like to be up near the lead, if not on the lead. I mean, Golden Rain probably can rate and make a run, but Coach Bahi likes to be close. Our boy Cheekman looks like he's going to be going to the front. Horse Be With You likes to be in the race early. Central Love isn't usually too far back. So last early, I would expect Our Man Mike. I don't love him better than Coach Bahi or Horse Be With You, but he's an honest horse that just the pace flow seems to benefit in this race. So could the track if it's like yesterday. The one Coach Bahi is on the inside, and yeah, he's in trouble if it's like yesterday, but the thing is, I got him against the racetrack last time. Inside was not very good on that date, on June 26th, and that was part of the reason for his demise. He wasn't able to make the front end. He got caught chasing on the rail. And that's the worst kind of trip you can have when there's an off inside bias. Talk about when it's not very good inside. If you're stuck chasing on the inside with dirt in your face and everything, that's the worst trip that you can have when it's a dead rail. But I can see him bouncing back and being very competitive against this field. The 4 Horse Be With You, he should be awfully tough in here. I don't like all the seconds, but he did just win in New York when he was allowed to go pretty easy on the front end. But it was good. It was a good field. He's always right there up until his last race. But that was a pretty tough group. This actually is a lot easier than what he's been facing. I just think his running style might be a little bit against him. I don't see him being aggressive here, but he likes to be in the race, and I can see a 47 and change half in race number 3. So I'm going to go with the 6, 1, and 4. I probably would have to use all 3 of them if I'm playing the pick 6, because that pace flow matters in the race. Because I probably like Coach Bahi and Horse Be With You better than Our Man Mike, but I just think the race flow benefits Our Man Mike. And that sometimes is more important than who you think the best horse is in the race. Got to factor that in. 4th race, a maiden race for fillies and mares. Scratch the 3, Daniel. Scratch the 4, Jace and Liam. And we don't have too many American Pharaohs. I think we had one here last year, but not a lot of them. It was Beth Miller Saul had an American Pharaoh. This one, man, it's hard not to use this horse. I'm going to pick him on top, or her on top. Now, her numbers aren't overwhelming. I'll keep that in mind. But her breeding is so much better. I haven't got a jockey change, so I guess Luis Rivera could be here to ride this horse. Lots of like. I mean, this one costs $300,000 as a yearling, is a half to a multiple graded stakes winner, and super sensational. Now, definitely bred for the distance with American Pharaoh, and even on the dam side by Indian Charlie. Of course, that dam, a lot of synthetic and turf as well, but mostly distance. Should be awfully tough in here, but an interesting spot for American Saint, especially off a good second place finish at Penn National. She's Kentucky bred, but yeah, I'm going to use her on top, just more in the breeding than anything. See, speaking of breeding, an interesting one is the 2, Noble Disguise. This one adds blinkers. Hasn't shown anything in her first 2 starts. First start, kind of always give a horse their first start, was going a route on the turf. Talk about a tough spot. Route on the turf, no Lasix. Now her next start, she tries 7 furlongs on the dirt. You'd expect her to run a lot better. Maybe ran a little bit better, but never really in it. Chased a pretty quick first quarter, but was never close. Now adds blinkers for this race and stretches out even further to a mile 70. I could see this horse waking up a little. Speaking of Devil Rage, this is Mike Lasessi, but maybe the blinkers will help. I'm looking at the dam side. The dam is a 3-time stakes winner and a router. It was the first full out of that dam, by the way. Also, the dam was a half to another 6-time stakes winner. So the breeding is there for Noble Disguise. I could see this one waking up a little bit in this spot. Going to be a price. The 9, Turn Up the Music. Big player in here, as she's got 3 top 3 finishes in a row. Finished behind Happy Time, who's in this race, but followed up with a good effort last time, closing on a 50 against Go New York Go, or Go Nye Go. Probably Go Nye Go because it's by Nyquist. It's just got beat by a better horse, but it made it close. And maybe she's on the improve. It's a Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley. Need I say more? You got to use the horse. The 5 horse is Shine My Tiara. Might show a little speed here stretching out. Could be interesting what the pace scenario ends up being like, because you do have a few sprinters on the stretch out and not a lot of speed as far as the horses that have gone long. She did try going long her first 2 starts. It showed absolutely nothing. But her starts here against our special weights have been better, with a couple third place finishes, overcoming a bad break last time. And she's a Freud, ran a pretty strong race. That was a first time starter that looked pretty good. Now, she ran okay her next start against winners, but she ran a good race that day. This is by War Dancer. Wouldn't be a surprise. 6-2-9-5 in the 4th. Remember, that race starts the pick 5. Okay, we'll start the pick 4 in the 5th. It's a 5,000 claiming race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in pick 4, as mentioned. Yeah, you watched Martin Kelly's race last time. Where the heck was he going? He started drifting out in the stretch. You know, maybe went to our Platinum Grill down there to get, they have all that new Italian menu down there. Maybe he's trying to check that out. But a lot of seconds and thirds for that horse. You got to use him. Let's face it. You got to use him. He's actually dropping off a win. Seeing it more and more, these aggressive moves off of the victory, moving to 5. I actually thought Conformis race, it was his best in a long time. Conformis actually his best in like 11 months or a year since he ran that kind of number. It's just the way he won. Number 1 Dylan was dropping to 5,000, and number 1 Dylan's no slouch. He dusted him. He circled on the outside and just he sat. I like the new running style too. Jose fits this horse. He sat back and then he asked him, and boy did this horse explode. I could see something similar here because he's going to sit right off of Margarita Sunrise and Holy Cowboy. Basically, I don't see those horses lasting at 6 furlongs. Conformis is going to be outside, maybe wanting the same kind of a trip, sitting outside a length off of those 2, and then just exploding, getting first run on Martin Kelly. Unless Martin Kelly gets aggressive, coming up the inside on those 2 and makes his move first. But I just like Conformis last race. It actually surprised me how well he ran, because he hasn't been showing that kind of explosion lately, and because he's more of a speed horse, kind of getting mixed up early and then making it close at the wire. Showed a new dimension in a sense. I mean, he's still up close in the race, and he did beat an easier field, but it's just the way that he did it, and I could see him doing the same thing here, at least with a similar trip. I don't think he'll beat Martin Kelly as easily as he beat that field, but I think he'll run a better race and has a chance to win race number 5. I mentioned Martin Kelly. He's the favorite morning line. Might be the slight favorite in here. I think both of them are going to take some money in this race. But he's a class horse. He's a 9-year-old now. And again, he's won 2 of his last 3 races. Some of those cheaper claimers of Penn National were some decent fields. And he beat the 11-9s last time. Now, he was up close. The pace didn't turn out to be as fast as I thought it was going to be, because one of the speeds didn't get out. But he was able to stay close with production credit, who does look for competition, but he was way out away from him. He probably didn't even see him. So it was a really good effort. He's an obvious contender for 5,000. One that I always have trouble figuring is anything passable. anything passable seems to run every week. It still runs, especially here, always runs well. His first start back after a couple poor efforts was almost won. It was really good, really solid in the route, and then came up with another third. Now, he doesn't have any kind of early speed like he used to. I mean, he never really had speed, but he could get in the race a little more than he has lately, and he's turning back in distance. He does get a pace to run at with Margarita Sunrise and Holy Cowboy in the race. So that's the one positive. So look for him late to be rolling, but he's going to be having to make up a lot of ground. Talking about anything passable. He'll be good for 5,000 though. He's another one like Martin Kelly, dropping here, although he's not dropping off the win. He's still turning back in distance. Prepare for Glory's had his excuses. Another one that's going to come from out of it. He's been his own issue because he broke poorly in a couple of those starts, and especially the conformist race. I don't think he was going to be conformist that day. I don't know if he'll be able to be conformist today unless the pace flow really does work out for him. I think 6 furlongs is going to be better for him than the 5.5 last time. Look for him to be rallying, most likely to be in the top 3 or 4. 7, 3, 5, 1 for me in the 5th. And that starts late pick 4, as mentioned. Okay, this has got to be one of the toughest races of the day. I thought the 2 maiden races, the 4th and the 6th, were the 2 toughest of the day. Looks that way. Fillies and Bears going 3/4. Yeah, you got to like the number that Intentious put up in her debut, if she can repeat that effort. This is another one of those Windy Lee Farms, John Buckley horses. Better bred, interesting enough, for route than sprint on the dam side. I mean, the dam was just a lot of route. I think the dam herself had 3 wins going long, all 3 of her wins. The dam's a half to a multiple graded stakes winner who was at Lightstream. Again, another one that probably wanted to go long. It doesn't matter. She proved that she could go short. I mean, 5.5. Actually, that's a positive when you think about it, because if she ran that well at 5.5 and she wants to go longer, well, at least she's getting an extra half furlong here, going 6 furlongs. I think if she proves off that race, or maybe even just runs the same race, she might be able to beat this field, because nobody's even close to a 56 buyer in this race, that have run anyway. I think the horse that's got the most room to improve is the 2, She's Enticing. Gotta like the name too. Second time Lasix, second start off the layoff, and just ran behind a runaway winner last time. Where are you going? So the margin of defeat, not as bad as it looks. She's not that far behind the second place horse, and in relatively, we'll say, she's still a few lengths back, but that was her first start of the year, first start as a 3-year-old. She's got every reason to improve. Second time using Lasix, a lot of second times. I can see now, Intentious has got a hiccup a little bit here, but I can see her a little more into the race. Seems like she doesn't have much for early speed in any of her races. I think she'll be a little sharper in her second start off of that layoff, a little further. Maybe she'll be within 3 lengths of the lead this time and maybe have some impact. I'm going to take a shot at her for second. Not taking a shot. When you're talking about M. Anthony Ferraro, seems like he's got multiple wins every day. Every day. Eddie's Rocket improved in a big way off of her debut. I don't know how good a race that was. I mean, a lot of those horses were not hitting the board in that maiden race. Exoti's was Ralph D'Alessandro's other one, and ran pretty good. I mean, the pace flow kind of went that one's way, and it just proved to be much the best anyway. Just kept going. And then Eddie's Rocket ran well because he was up against it. Completed a Ralph D'Alessandro exacta that day, and actually paid very well, because especially because of this horse. She was 37-1, but she did wake up, and Diego gets the mount back after he rode her in her debut. Harkey goes to Cruz in to win, who hasn't shown anything in 2 starts. But Eddie's Rocket, if she moves forward again from that race, she should be tough in here. I did throw in a first-time starter for 4th. This is an interesting one for a very good trainer who doesn't have many horses. Talk about Patrick Barada. But he knows his homemade pasta, too. But this one's out of a graded stakes winner. Actually, that dam is a grade 1 winner in the Frizette Stakes in New York. She's by Meadow Lake, so that's saying something. Interesting enough, though, even though she won that stakes race, in the sprint race, most of her offspring have done a little bit better going long. Sometimes that happens, but she's got some decent works. And again, she's well bred. She's finally making her first start as a 4-year-old. But watch the board on her. Beauty's Bangle. She goes Susanna Haas. 7th race. 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going a distance of a mile 70. Pace is going to make. I guess it doesn't matter when you talk about Big George's Kingdom. He's not a horse that rates. He just gets out there and catch him if you can. A lot of times they do, and he finishes second. He does have a propensity to finish second a lot, but coming back to Finger Lakes, stretching out to a route, catch him if you can. I don't know if Winning Connection or Riley B will go after him early. They'll keep him honest. It doesn't matter. I mean, he goes 48 to the front. He's going to go 48, be on the lead, whether you're on his flank or not, and he'll keep going for a while. It's just a matter of holding on. He's the speed from the inside. He should be awfully tough. Horse is most likely to catch. Oh man, and plus he's 4-1 morning line. I don't think you're going to get 4-1 on Big George's Kingdom. I'd be shocked if you do. Flash Kiss though could be the favorite in here. I mean, he's another one to consider. I mean, both of these inside horses are dropping. Big George's Kingdom's dropping from a 12.5 to a 5. That's kind of a red flag. Maybe that's why he's 4-1. I don't know why he's 4-1. Flash Kiss I think he's the favorite here, but he's just a slight drop out of a sprint. At least he's won a mile. He's going to be the one that sits back and tries to make a run at Big George's Kingdom. It just seems like these two have a big edge on the rest of them, unless Winning Connection wakes up or something. But class-wise, Big George's Kingdom's a speed. Flash Kiss going to try to catch him, and maybe he does. I mean, he's been facing so much tougher. He's another one that aggressively goes to 5,000, the drop in class. Which one you like better might come down to the one or the two, but it seems like they're the main players. I did throw Riley B for third. Man, this is a tough 3 lifetime, isn't it? I mean, Riley B surprised me last time by how well he ran. Now, granted, there were no Big George's Kingdoms or Flash Kiss in that race, so it was a lot easier spot. But Central Love was a drop down, and he did give Central Love a little bit of a challenge in the late stages. I thought Central Love was, no doubt about it, single on your tickets, easy winner that day, but it wasn't that easy. Riley B, who I kind of had a negative. I mean, the horse was lone speed somehow the race before and was all out to win, but he came back and ran great. He sat just off of it and still ran great. So maybe this is a horse that's just in good form right now and could be in the number here. Again, it's a tougher field when you consider you got these drop downs in here. Speaking of drop downs, the 3 Winning Connections, another one. If you go back on Winning Connection to say last year, I mean, this horse is an easy winner, but the last couple starts are not good for Winning Connection. That's probably why the drop. Does he play the pressing speed? Probably. He'll try to go after Big George's Kingdom a little bit. He's probably the next fastest because I expect Riley B maybe to rate a little bit. He'd be the one to keep him honest anyway. But like Big George's Kingdom, he's a lot more seconds than victories. But I could understand the drop a little bit more, dropping to 5. Yeah, the dam is a little more of a sprinter too. Gonna go the 1, 2, 4, 3. All right, last race. 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going a mile 70. Tricky one for the 2 lifetime. But I like a couple horses that ran well off the layoff and routes. You don't see that a lot, especially at the bottom level. Horses coming off those layoffs and being right there. Talking about Anointed Spirit and Bench Press. Now, Bench Press finished 3rd that day. Anointed Spirit finished 2nd. Bench Press has had a race since and just a victim of pace and poor tactics more than anything. I like him a little bit better than Anointed Spirit, even though he's had a race in between, and Noise Spirit will be a little fresher with the one start off the layoff. The pace was really slow. I mean, you got to think Reunion Tour is a horse that doesn't even have the lead. I think he's in today, and he's got no chance to make the lead. That's how slow that race was, where there were horses that had tactical speed and all decided to rate, and Reunion Tour just went 50. I mean, and for whatever reason, bench press was sitting back, way back off of that pace. I know he doesn't have much for early speed, and that's his running style, but it really affected him. Plus, instead of going inside, he went outside, lost ground on the turn. Not sure if it would have mattered with that pace, but he came up short as far as hitting the board. And, you know, it was pace more than anything. Well, see if it goes his way here. I mean, you don't have a ton of speed. I thought Peaceful Persuasion coming out of sprints might be the speed, along with 30 Oysters as the pressing speed. So he might have a little more pace to chase after. I don't know if it'll be a lot faster than 50, but if he gets a 49 and is able to get a trip today, I think he wins. Anointed Spirit, how good is Anointed Spirit? I mean, this horse actually ran pretty big off the layoff against Riley B. And just mentioned, Riley B was lone speed that day. At least that's the way it turned out. And came back to run a good second behind Central Love, as mentioned. So does Anointed Spirit take a step forward from that race? Got to think, at least if he repeats that effort, he's going to be right there. Again, running right in front of bench press that day. I'm expecting enough of a pace that maybe these two could be the main contenders again. Well, with that said, I'm going to take long shots, third and fourth, because they'll probably be the two favorites in here, depending on what 30 Oysters, if he takes money. It's one of those things where I probably just haven't given up on She Speaks Well. Had a couple good races last year, maybe lost his chance when he was in the best form, not getting good trips, or just was in a little bit too tough in a couple of those races. Well, he dropped to 5 for a route last time after trying an allowance route against Love That Bird. And again, he was in against Anointed Spirit and bench press. He got caught wide in that race. I just think he's better than that. And I would expect him to be closer today. And he's going to be a price. I mean, he's 8-1 morning line. And yeah, you see the distance. He's got to make up those lengths to be right there. But I think he can make it into the Super. The other one I'll use is Peaceful Persuasion, because he could be the inside speed of the race, depending on how this racetrack plays. Mentioned, you could win on the front end or close to the front yesterday, but he didn't do well on the rail. So Peaceful Persuasion comes out of a race where Superb Surprise won. That one stepped up in class off the waiver. It was in for the waiver claim. Stepped up and won against a tougher field, and actually dominated a tougher field. So how good is he? Well, he's got good numbers for the distance. So the stretch out doesn't bother me. It's just a question of how fast does he have to go early in order to maintain that speed, and can he take that speed all the way? That's a real big question. Of course, I don't like him to, because I like bench press and Anointed Spirit. We'll see how that plays out and how this track plays going into the final race of the day. Well, those are my picks for this 8-race card. Looks like a good one to take a shot at maybe a pick 5 or a pick 6. We are going to continue live racing, again, with a 1 o'clock first post, Monday through Wednesday. So next live day will be tomorrow. See you then.
The field for the Tuesday openers out on the track. The one is La Dama Dorada with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 2 is Kitty Tin Tin with Jeremias Flores. Scratch the 3, Sweeping Passion. The 4 is Midnight Empress with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Miami Twofer. Jackie Davis rides. The 6 is Journey of 5 with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 7, Kaz's Rose. The 8 is Debbie Darling with John Berrios. And the 1A is Road to Royalty with Nazario Alvarado. Field of 7, 6 betting interests here in the Tuesday opener. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Carryover in the pick 6 starts in race 3. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of our friends at Equibase. All right, so we got a couple of scratches here. Sweeping Passion came in a little late. That's why I originally liked. Scratch into the 8, Debbie Darling, from my man Ralphie D. He's made 2 starts here at Finger Lakes. Tried Special Weight Company off the March layoff. Did not do much running, and then dropped in for the tag and whistled home. Paid $12 even, wire to wire, never in doubt from the time the man said go. That was just 13 days ago. Wheels back. Has that outside speed in a race that there are some horses that can be forward in here. I don't know how fast any of them really are, and I think Debbie Darling probably has the step on them early. Maybe Road to Royalty, the 1A, can keep up early. That's where I went to second here. Part of an entry that's prohibitive right now, Road to Royalty. First start since August of last year. She's never run for a tag. All allowance tries. She's hit the board in 8 of her 10. 7 seconds. 1A Road to Royalty, not the 1. That's La Dama Dorada. She won first asking with a slow buyer speed figure. But the 1A, Bred to Royalty, who you saw break away from the Host Parade, was already out in the back, the gray mare. I don't know what to say about the layoff. She's been gone 2.5 weeks short of a year. She's never run for a tag. She likes to run second an awful lot. 2 to 5. That's not something I'm about with a lot of questions asked. Now, Deb Breed's horses have all been running well. Small sample, 3 for 7 off over 6 months. So that's a big fig, big stat. We'll see if Road to Royalty's ready to go at first asking. It's only 5 furlongs. Keep that in mind. And then I rounded it out with the 5 Miami Twofer. Third time Lasix. First time Lasix, she ran against a little bit better and didn't do any running. Last time out, she kind of came around a little bit. Didn't have the cleanest of trips. We'll see if she can improve for the barn. And Jackie back aboard. Jackie Davis broke her maiden back in May. 8-1-A-5 for me. Kick off the early pick 4. See if we can beat the favorite here with the number 8, Debbie Darling. Best of luck here in the opener at Finger Lakes. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the Tuesday card in the early pick 4. Kitty Tintin, the first to load. Part of the entry, La Dama Dorada goes up. Here's Midnight Empress. Miami Twofer goes forward. The Gray Mare Road to Royalty goes in. 2 left. Journey of 5 will go in. Don't forget, if you need past performances, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there each and every racing day, courtesy of our friends at Equibase. The front of the gate there was opened by La Dama Dorada. Jockey Rafael Rojina Jr. is behind the gate. She did not go far, if anywhere at all. Great job by the gate crew as always. The vet will take a look. Gets the all clear. Rafael Rojina's back aboard. And La Dama Dorada will go back into the gate. Now Journey of 5 goes up. Debbie Darling's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking about 3 lengths slowly there was Debbie Darling. There goes Road to Royalty and her stablemate La Dama Dorada. These two already have a length or so on Kitty Tintin, who's on the rail in 3rd. Then we come back to Midnight Empress, who's 4th. She's 3 lengths from the front. To the outside, there's Journey of 5. Along the inside is Miami Twofer. And the trailer after that flat-footed beginning is Debbie Darling. They race around the far turn, led by the gray. Road to Royalty, Kitty Tintin. Plenty of room at the rail for Kitty Tintin. Looking to pull an upset here, Kitty Tintin. They went 23 for the opening quarter, and Kitty Tintin just cut the corner with Jeremiah Flores and quickly opened up a length and a half on Road to Royalty, who tries to stay with her. From the back, Journey of 5 at a giant price. Past the 8th pole, Kitty Tintin's 12-1 and trying to finish the job. The big favorite, Road to Royalty. Kitty Tintin, Road to Royalty. Kitty Tintin, win by a neck. Road to Royalty couldn't run her down. Then Journey of 5 and Midnight Empress in a minute flat. Photo finish. Number 2, Kitty Tintin was first. 1A, Road to Royalty second. 6, Journey of 5 third. 4, Midnight Empress fourth. 2-1-6-4 here in race 1. 2-1A 6-4. In the winner's circles, the number 2, Kitty Tintin. 5-year-old mares by Courageous Cat out of the Proud Citizen mare Run Tintin. A New York bred. Kitty Tintin's owned by Royal Victory Thoroughbreds, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores. And it's official. $2 exactly 2-1, 50-50. 50-cent try, 216-118.50. And the dime super, 2-1-6-4, $70.65. Race 2 comes up next. Starts the first pick 3 of the day. There are no changes in race 2. Post time for the second. It's in just over 22 minutes, folks. Less than 3 weeks away from our third handicapping contest of the season. I'll tell you what, it'd be nice to start one with a horse like Kitty Tintin at 12-1. Speaking of 12-1, it's August 12th. Monday, August 12th, our third contest of the season. It is free. Just have to be a Lucky North member to have a chance to win a $1,000 first prize. That's in cash. In fact, the first 3 finishers will all receive cash prizes. $2,500 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Admission and registration open at the same time, 11:30 for a first post. The new post time here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack of 1 p.m. It's Monday, August 12th, our third handicapping contest of the season. We hope to see you then. Again, first post, 1 p.m.
Are in the paddock for race number 2, and Kitty Tintin, a little bit of a long shot in race number 1, takes advantage of the really poor tactics of the entry. Kitty Tintin snuck up the inside while the 2 entry mates were on the lead and ended up getting the victory. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrow. Been saying those names a lot this year. Never Won 3 condition is the second, goes 6 furlongs and could really narrow this race down to, Norgay looks tough, and then you got Hutch and Thundering March as the main contenders to that one. Norgay comes out of a race that he was in against the speed of He's Got the Jack. Now, He's Got the Jack went 23 and change for that first quarter, almost 47 to the half, and Norgay ended up putting the pressure on him in the late stages. That was after dropping in class. So, no, He's Got the Jacks in here. Actually, not a lot of speed in this race other than Hot Rod Lincoln, that he should be out there with that one. And Hutch and Thundering March, is just a question of can either one of those horses catch him. Mentioned Hutch may have needed the first start off the layoff, was in for the waiver claim, and ended up breaking poorly anyway. Probably wasn't going to win, but probably a better chance today, especially if the speed stops up front. He's the main threat. Thundering March, the other Buckley trainee, comes from further back, so they'll really have to back up to him, but he's the best of the rest of them. It really is just 3, 4, and 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 2 is on the track. The 1 is Hot Rod Lincoln with Carlos Camillo. The 2 is Uncle Vic with Andre Worry. The 3 is Norgay. John Berrios rides. The 4 is Hutch. Kevin Navarro's in the saddle. The 5 is Thundering March with Luis Perez. And the 6 is Outstanding Debt with Jackie Davis. All right, upsetter in the first. Kitty Tintin at 12-1. See if we can be a little bit more formful here. I got the second choice, the number 4, Hutch, on top. So just so you know, there are new waiver claim laws. You can get 2 base on balls now, a couple of walks, and Jonathan Buckley is going to utilize that. The rule went into effect July 8th, so this horse ran for the waiver, and he's going to run again for the waiver. You have to stay at the same level and not win to be eligible to run for the waiver the second time. I was told that by the stewards earlier this week, so we're all on the same page because I was a little surprised by an entrant or 2 last week. The more you know, right? So Hutch gets the second waiver, comes back in 2 weeks. He did not break well upon his return, and we'll see if Kevin Navarro can remedy that today. Another mid-pack draw. We'll see if that affects things. I'll tell you this. Norgay's back in here, and Norgay finished second last time, just beating ahead. Overall, I think this race is a little bit easier than the one they ran in last time. So we'll see if Hutch can turn the tables here. He's a better price than Norgay at 7-2. Norgay's second pick. Third off the layoff. Third time here from Oscar Barrera. The third down at the Big A. Oscar still owns a piece. Lugu has the horses up here. This horse raced well in his first start here against Better. He showed speed, and then last time He just kind of lollygagged in second around the track. He ran well. I thought he hung a little bit, and I figured he'd be a short price. I didn't think he'd be odds on. I figured he'd be a short price. I didn't want him at a short price, so I found an alternative in Hutch, but he's a very likely winner of this race. And then finally, Thundering March. The other John Buckley, if you will, two big prices in his last two. They're asking you to take 4-1 now. I hate betting horses like that, but he makes sense. Again, the same level two back, that field, Redemption Road, and Crunch BBB, just better horses than the ones he's facing today, even though they're at the same level. He finished fifth that day, beaten 6 lengths, closed nicely to finish second. Now he's had almost a month, whereas the other two contenders are coming back in 2 weeks. We'll see if the little bit of rest is an elixir for him. He's on the board at 9-2. 4-3-5. First pick 3 today starts here. Don't forget, pick 6 with a carryover starts the next. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there each and every racing day, courtesy of our friends at Equibase. Post time's in a little over 2 minutes. I'm going to try to 4 Hutch. Best of luck here in the second. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. We set to kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Hot Rod Lincoln, the first to go in. He'll look to pull a similar upset to Kitty Tintin in the opener. 12-1, 9-1 right now on Hot Rod Lincoln. With a little help from his friends. He is in. Big price on Uncle Vic. He's next. Hot Rod Lincoln fooled me. He's not in. Uncle Vic comes forward. Heavy favorite Norgay's next. Followed by Hutch. One of two for Jonathan Buckley, the other being Thundering March. And the last to load is a long shot, Outstanding Debt. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hutch breaks alertly and goes to the lead. Now along the inside, here comes Hot Rod Lincoln. And Hot Rod Lincoln is followed by Uncle Vic. So the two long shots are 1-2. The favorite Norgay's moved into third, followed by Hutch in fourth. Fifth, it's Thundering March. And at the tail end of the field is Outstanding Debt. They're in post position order as Hot Rod Lincoln spurts away to a 3-length lead through an opening quarter of 23 seconds flat. They make their way to the turn. They have Hot Rod Lincoln to catch. Hot Rod Lincoln, 3 lengths. Here comes Norgay. Hutch following him as Uncle Vic begins to backpedal. 3.5 more back to Thundering March and a long way back to Outstanding Debt. The field makes their way along the far turn. Norgay comes a calling on Hot Rod Lincoln through a 47-second half mile. Off the turn and into the stretch. It's Norgay. Norgay has the lead. He's trying to hang on here as they're coming from the back. Uncle Vic a re-rally from the back. Hutch, and along the inside is Thundering March. Thundering March trying to take a shot at Norgay. Norgay still there. Thundering March second best. Norgay a length. Then it was Thundering March tight for third. Looks like Hutch got Hot Rod Lincoln in 1:13-1. Number 3, Norgay was first. 5, Thundering March second. It's a photo for third. Number 4, Hutch was third. 1, Hot Rod Lincoln fourth. 3-5-4-1 here in race 2. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, Norgay. 5-year-old gelding by Unified out of the Suave Prospect mare, Fearless Leader. Norgay is owned by 3-player stable and Oscar Barrera III, trained by Lugu, Louis Gutierrez, winning rider, John Berrios, and it's official. $2 double 2-3, 60-50, $2 exacta, 3-5, $7.90. 50-cent try, 3-5-4, $3.10. 10-cent super, 3-5, 4-1, $1.24. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. And there's a pick 6 carryover of $926. Here are the changes for the remaining races. No changes here in race 3. If you turn to race 4, scratch the 3, Danilo, and the 4, Jason Liam. Scratch the 3 and 4. And there are no jockey changes or scratches in the remaining 4 races. Post time for race 3. The start of today's pick 6 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, obviously that one went to form as Norgay able to win over Thundering March and Hutch and give you your easy exacta and trifecta, although the third position was a little bit close. But John Barrios for trainer Lugu in race number 2. Third race starts the pick 6, 8,000 starter optional claimer, goes the distance of 1:70. Pretty much narrow this one down to probably the 3 or 4 horses of the 6. But I did lean towards our man Mike because of the pace. But I could have gone any of 3 ways. Coach Bahi was on a dead rail last time, so he could bounce back with a good effort. And Horse Be With You returns to Finger Lakes where he's had some success. Both of them are very much win threats in here, but it's just a matter of pace. And it looks like our man Mike would be the one to most benefit if the pace does take its toll in this race. He's one that comes from out of it. He'll be last early, but he'll be closing late to see if he can get the victory. Now, he hasn't won at this particular distance, but he's hit the board 3 out of 4 starts. Again, he needs to get the pace, though, because it's hard to say that he's better than Horse Be With You and Coach By. You think both of those horses might actually be better than our man Mike, but our man Mike does have that tactical edge of being a horse that could sit back and pass horses and maybe get the victory here. I mentioned Coach Bahi. Coach Bahi has that tactical speed. Hasn't run a bad race up until the last start, but he was on a dead rail, and it does matter here. Track bias does matter in these Finger Lakes races. He shortens up to 1:70 and see if he can get the right kind of trip in this race, and that's what it'll come down to. But I would figure him to be right there and bounce back from that poor effort that he had last time, because it did have a lot to do with how the track was playing. The 4-horse Horse Be With You, hard not to use. He'll be with the early pace early. He does have a lot of seconds, but if you could draw a line through his last race, and that was against some real tough horses, his previous starts in New York, I'm talking about in New York against some tough conditions, he was first or second all 4 of those races. You just got to forgive the last effort for Horse Be With You, who did have some trouble. He had to check early in that race. It depends on the tactics here. He doesn't really pass horses. He likes to be up close with the early pace, and he's not quite as fast as a couple of the other ones in here. I would expect our boy Cheekham to be the one to be aggressive and be out there. But if the pace isn't that fast, he's the one that could take over before our man Mike gets going, and that makes him very much a contender in this race as well. Those are the 3 main threats to win this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and a $1 Pick 6 starts with the 3rd.
The field for race number 3, the start of the pick 6, is on the track. The 1 is Coach Bahi with Kevin Navarro in the saddle. The 2 is our boy Cheekham, Emmanuel De Diego rides. The 3 is Golden Rain with Joel Cruz. The 4 is Horse Be With You with Andre Worry. The 5, Central Love. Jackie Davis is in the saddle. And the 6 is our man Mike with Cabracoa. Mile and 70 yards here, field of 6. Let's kick off the pick 6. I do not know what the trip Coach Bahi sat last time was. But I do know this. If the plan isn't to go to the lead from the rail today in this heat, I don't know what the plan is. He's fastest. He has the best position, especially in a 2-turn race. Now, unless our boy Cheekham is hell-bent, and he was kind of hell-bent last time, we'll see. I just want to see him forward. I guess Golden Rain has to be too. I need him forward today. He just, I don't know how much he wants to pass horses. I don't think he does. So if he doesn't make the lead, I think it's kind of kapooey. But I'm going to hope he makes the lead. He's a square price at 5-1. I'm going to try Coach Bahi from the iron. Horse Be With You ships up from the Big A. He's never missed a board in 5 tries here at Finger Lakes. Last seen here in Farmington on November 20th when he was losing by a half length to the favorite our man Mike, who we'll talk about in a minute. Horse Be With You gets a pair of front bandages today for the first time and since his last try here at Finger Lakes. And he comes out of a race where he had no real chance and he didn't have a good trip. He got bothered. But he won the straight A other than at Aqueduct, and he galloped at $9 and change, $9.40. And I'll tell you what, if he repeats that race, he's going to win today. And he's a square price at 3-1. Our man Mike going to try to protect home court here. I have to be honest. I can't believe he's a shorter price than Horse Be With You. Because our man Mike is going to have considerably more ground to make up in here than anybody. He's going to be out the back. The other 5 have some sort of speed. I might have more speed than our man Mike early. So, and that's a stretch. But he's going to have an awful lot of ground to make up. And quite frankly, I don't know how much ground you want to make up on this racetrack. Norgay was right on top of the pace. Kitty Tintin made the lead midway on the far turn. I think you want to be forward. And I know those were sprints, and now they're going 2 turns, and they're a little bit classier in here, but he still has to make up a lot of ground. Can he win? Yes. If you're playing a pick 6, should you be using him? That's a different question because, betting into this pool, he's a separator. Getting him out of things could help the cause, but I know on paper he looks really tough. 1-4-6 for me. We'll see if Coach Bahi can get it done at 4-1. Best of luck. If you need PPs, FingerLakesGaming.com. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to get your pick six tickets in as the field has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for race number 3 here at Finger Lakes. Coach Bahi, the first to load, followed by our boy Cheekham. Golden Rain goes in. Horse Be With You's next. Long shot central. Love goes forward. Our man Mike's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between rivals, there's Golden Rain. Our boy Cheekham to his inside. Then third on the outside is Horse Be With You. Coach Bahi fourth, saving all the ground into the first turn. Then we drop back to Central Love, who has one beaten. It's our man Mike, who's at the tail end of the field. He's already a dozen lengths from the lead. And the leader is our boy Cheekham, dealing with Golden Rain. These two have a length and a half, too, on the duo of Coach Bahi and Horse Be With You through an opening quarter and a sharp 23-4. It's a gap of about 10 lengths back to Central Love, and our man Mike is 3 behind him. They're really spread out across the track as they head up the Finger Lakes backstretch. Golden Rain a short lead over our boy Cheekham. Horse Be With You's moved up to have third to himself ahead of Coach Bahi, who's under a ride through a half in a solid 48. From the back, Central Love, he's creeping closer. Our man Mike still trails. He'll have 12 lengths to make up if he wants to win the third. The field's midway on the far turn. Golden Rain, Horse Be With You comes a-calling on Golden Rain. Our boy Cheekham's had enough. So's Coach Bahi, Central Love, and our man Mike both have a lot to do through 3/4 and 113 flat. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Golden Rain trying to deal with Horse Be With You. Golden Rain still there. Horse Be With You now grudgingly gets by at the 8th pole, and Horse Be With You starts to edge away from Golden Rain. It's Horse Be With You at the 16th pole by a length and a half. Golden Rain going down, but not without a fight. Late run from our man Mike. Too late, not enough. The wire saved Horse Be With You. He won it by a length. Our man Mike was flying through the lane. He was there with Golden Rain for place in 145-2. Number 4, Horse Be With You was first. It's a photo for second. Six, our man Mike second. 3, Golden Rain third. 5, Central Love fourth. 4, 6, 3, 5 in the third. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Horse Be With You. The 6-year-old gelding's the son of Liam's Map, out of the phone trick mare Honky Tonk Trick. A New York bred, Horse Be With You is owned by Englehart Management LLC, Jacob C. Allen, and Scott Papa John. Trained by Chris Englehart, winning rider Andre Worry. And it's official. $2 double 3-4, 8 even. $2 exacta 4-6, 17.40. 50-cent try 4-6-3, 21.37. 10-cent super 4-6-3-5, $20.60. Race 4 comes up next. The 50-cent pick 5 begins in race number 4. Scratch the 3, Daniil, and the 4, Jason Liam. No other scratches or rider changes in the sequence. Post time for the 4th is in just over 24 minutes.
Okay, horses are in the paddock for race number 4. Horse Be With You. Just got a lot of class on those. Got first run on Our Man Mike. Our Man Mike a little too late, but well timed ride by Andre Worry to get that victory for trainer Chris Englert. That'll start off your pick 6. 4th race starts the pick 5. This for fillies and bears. We scratched the 3. Daniel scratched the 4. Jace and Liam. And you see all the money on the 6, American Saint, the horse that comes in here from Penn National and Monmouth. Horse by American Pharaoh. We had another one here. I think Beth Miller Saul had that one. This one, very well bred. $300,000 yearling. Is a half to Super Sensational. Is a multiple graded stakes winner. Is bred for the distance. And of course, also bred well for synthetic and turf, but can do anything. Comes off a second place finish against special weights at Penn National. Obviously, these are the type a lot of times you want to bet against, because when they look that good to be true, they usually are. But you got to think this horse is very much a contender with that kind of credentials and that kind of breeding. 1 to 2 is the price on American Saint right now. The 2 horse is Noble Disguise, another well-bred horse, getting a little bit of play at 5 to 1. This one is the first foal out of that dam, Midnight Disguise. Dam was a 3-time stakes winner and was a pretty good router. Also a half to Holly Disguise, was 6-time stakes winner. So the breeding is there. Just has shown nothing in her first 2 starts in New York. One of them was on the turf, the other at 7 furlongs. They'll try adding blinkers today, see if that might turn her around. Certainly has the credentials and the potential to do well, being by Constitution, 5 to 1. And you look at this horse in the paddock, I think it's probably one of the biggest horses here at Finger Lakes. We have over 17 hands, is Noble Disguise. Beautiful, good-looking filly is this one. See if she can run to her looks. The 9 horse is Turn Up the Music. Turn Up the Music, 3 straight top 3 finishes for Turn Up the Music. Made it a lot closer last time with Go Nye Go, trying to rally wide against a 15 and 115. Isn't quite getting there in a lot of her starts, but maybe she'll get the right kind of trip today. Hard to leave her out of the top 3 with her recent form. Hasn't run a bad race going long here at Finger Lakes. All 3 routes that she's been in the top 3, every single one of them, and she's at odds of 5 to 1. Those seem to be the main players here in race number 4. We do start to pick 5 with this race. Scratch the 3, Daniil, and the 4, Jason Liam.
The field for race 4 is on the track. The 1 is Happy Time with Cabracoa. The 2 is Noble Disguise. Jackie Davis rides. Scratch the 3, Daniil, and the 4, Jason Liam. The 5 is Shine My Tiara. Jeremiah Flores looks for a riding double. The 6 is American Spirit. Luis Rivera Jr. is in the saddle. The 7's Unbridled Sister with Joel Cruz. The 8 is Major Mayhem with Carlos Camilo. And the 9 is Turn Up the Music with Kevin Navarro. Pick 5 time. Really like a horse in here. The number 5, Shine My Tiara. It's Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores with the team up for the second time today. Source ran twice last summer, once at Belmont, once at Saratoga, both on the grass. Going a mile and a 16th. From July to May, more than 10 months away. A couple of sprints. Now stretch out on the dirt. I think she's loose on the lead in here too. Unless Happy Time, who really is not that fast, tries to go from the rail. I would imagine that Jeremiah Flores is on a front-running mission here with Shine My Tiara on the stretch out. I think she's probably a better dirt horse than a grass horse. I think she wants to go long as opposed to sprinting. She gets it all today. I like Shine My Tiara a lot. Good price, 5-1. The 6, American Saint, ships in from Penn. She's been at Monmouth and Keeneland, Turfway Park. Race at Penn was by far her best last time. She ran on okay. I don't know about 3-5. I wouldn't be endorsing her at 3-5. She's a very likely winner, but 3-5 to me is too short. For a filly that's been 8-1, 25-1, 60-1, 8-1. She was 2.5-1 last time, and she ran to it. But I still think that there are more attractive alternatives to her as the 3-5 favorite. And then the 9, Turn Up the Music. Her last 3 starts have come at this mile and 70-yard distance here at Finger Lakes. A couple of thirds and a second. She keeps improving. She keeps getting closer and closer for John Buckley and Kevin Navarro. Maybe today's the day for her to get out of the maiden ranks and start number 7. She's 3-1 to do so. And with the 2 scratches, she moves in from post 9 to post 7. That can only help the cause. 5, 6, 9 here as we kick off today's Pick 5. Best of luck if you're playing. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for your PPs. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4, the start of today's pick 5, is behind the gate, and it's post time. Happy Time, the first to load. Noble Disguise up next. Here's Shine My Tiara. Odds on favorite American Saint goes in, followed by Unbridled Sister. Major Mayhem goes forward. Last to load is Turn Up the Music. They're in the gate. And they're off. The favorite American Saint broke alertly and goes right to the lead. The duo of Turn Up the Music and Major Mayhem to the outside, second and third, as Happy Time saves ground in fourth. Fifth, altering to the 4 path there is Shine My Tiara, and Unbridled Sisters even wider, 5 wide, and behind them, Noble Disguise. So a mad scramble into that first turn. American Saint not for long. Unbridled Sisters going to press the favorite. So the 3-5 favorite American Saint being hounded by 70-1 shot Unbridled Sister through an opening quarter in a pedestrian 25 and 4, almost 26. Splitting those two, here's Major Mayhem at a big price. She's third. Then we come back to Shine My Tiara and Happy Time. They're fourth and fifth. Gap of 3 more to Noble Disguise as the field makes their way to the far turn. American Saint, a length and a half, now 2. Major Mayhem inside of Shine My Tiara. Turn Up the Music, turns up the pressure through a 51.5 as the field makes their way along the far turn. American Saint. Louis Rivera Jr. just took a peek back, and he sees that he's 2.5 lengths in front of his nearest challengers. They're Turn Up the Music, Shine My Tiara, and a backpedaling Major Mayhem. Happy Time trying to come from off the pace today. 3 quarters, 1:16 and 1. American Saint has had it all her own way, and she's starting to draw away. American Saint past the 8th pole is 5 in front. American Saint, it's just a matter of how far at this point. Seconds, Turn Up the Music. Third, Shine My Tiara. No doubt about the winner. A wrapped up American Saint by 9. Then it was Turn Up the Music and Shine My Tiara, close for fourth. Final time was 1:46 and 3. Number 6, American Saint was first. 9, Turn Up the Music second. 5, Shine My Tiara third. It's a photo for fourth. Number 1, Happy Time finished fourth. 6-9-5-1 here in race 4. Making her way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 6, American Saint. 3-year-old daughter of American Pharaoh out of the Indian Charlie mare Kateri. American Saints owned by BBN Racing LLC, trained by Greg Sacco. Winning rider Louis Rivera Jr., and it's official. $2 double 4-6-14-20. $2 exact to 6-9. $8.30. 50-cent try 6.95. $4.50. 10-cent super 6.9. 5-1. $1.72. 50-cent pick 3. 3-4-6. $3.70. And the 50-cent pick 4. 2-3-4-6. $56.37. Race 5 comes up next. Starts the late pick 4. No scratches or rider changes in the final 4 races. Post time for the 5th in just over 23 minutes.
All right, late pick 4 starts with race number 5. That one was over early. American Saint having things easy on her own at her own pace last race, as Louis Rivera rated that one perfectly for Gregory Sacco. No doubt about that winner. American Saint will start off the pick 5 at a short price. Okay, 5th race, a little more competitive here for the 5th, although 2 horses are getting most of the play. You got Martin Kelly, who is dropping off of a win as he drifted out wide, but was able to just get by production credit in his last start. He drops to the bottom, and then you got Conformist on the outside with an impressive effort, beating up on $5,000 claimers. So they look like 2 of the main players. Then you got Anything Passable, who always fires. He also drops from 11 to 9. He would probably be the other contender in race number 5. Start off with Conformist. Was impressed by his last race. That was the best race he's run in quite some time. You have to go back to a year, to July, where he had a number like that, and that's when he got mixed up in a pace on a sloppy racetrack that he likes. So Jose Rojina climbed aboard last time. He rated him more than usual. Conformist usually one that likes to mix it up early, but showed a new dimension as he sat off and it just exploded down the lane and dominated that 5,000 field, which wasn't that bad of a field considering it was another drop down. Number 1 Dillon was in there at that 6 furlong distance. So wouldn't be a big surprise if Conformist could have a similar trip and come right back. He's co-favorite right now. Actually, he is the favorite at 8 to 5. At 9 to 5 is Martin Kelly. Mentioned his first race over the track was a successful one. He beat a pretty good field of 11 to 9s that day. What's interesting is he did stay close to that pace. It was a good day to be close. You wanted to be on or near the lead for most of that day, and the pace wasn't that fast. They went 46 and change, but he was able to get up over production credit, who's a legitimate 11 to 9 horse. So he's a very logical horse dropping off of that win, and he'd be no surprise in here as Dalton Brown looks to make it 2 in a row for Tim Murphy, who's had a hot start to the 2024 meet. Mention Anything Passable. This is the war horse here at Finger Lakes. He just keeps running and keeps running well. He's had 2 starts since coming back from Monmouth and New York, where he wasn't that competitive for a while. He did run second in the slot for 10,000 in New York, but other than that, he just wasn't able to put in his usual late run. Now, he tried routes his last 2 against a little bit tougher at the 11 to 9 level. See if he can run him down here. He's turning way back in distance to 6 furlongs, but it does look like he's going to have a pace to chase, as you do have Margarita Sunrise and Holy Cowboy in this race. A couple horses with some early speed, especially Margarita Sunrise, who does look like the speed of the speed. He's probably going to be the one they're going to have to catch in here, but it is 6 furlongs, and he hasn't been able to quite make it all the way. And usually will give it up if he has to go too fast early, which will give Anything Passable something to run at late. And he's currently the 3rd choice at odds of 5 to 1. No surprise there. He looks like the other win threat once you get past Conformist and Martin Kelly. So those are some of the main contenders in race number 5. We do start the late pick 4. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available here.
Field for race 5's on the track. The 1 is Prepare for Glory. Cabracoa rides. The 2 is Margarita Sunrise with Emmanuel De Diego. The 3 is Martin Kelly. Dalton Brown's in the saddle. The 4 is Holy Cowboy with Anthony Rodriguez. 5 is Anything's Possible with Nazario Alvarado. The 6 is Zip It, Scotty with Joel Cruz. And the 7 is Conformist with J.M. Rohina. All right, late pick 4 time. No scratches or jock changes in the sequence. Field of 7 to kick it off. I went to the favorite here. Conformist was so good last time. Just stalked and pounced in one of those date races. Back in the date race. In fact, it's the same date race. And I would imagine he's going to sit a similar trip on the J.M. Rohina, who was filling in for John Davila Jr. that day. John's still not back, so Rohina keeps the mount, and he should get a very similar trip, just outside the other speed. Margarita Sunrise has some gas. Martin Kelly. I thought this race would be dominated on the front end. I put Conformist on top. I put Martin Kelly second. He sat a very similar trip to Conformist. He just ran that proverbial hole in the wind. It was one of the biggest buyer figures he's ever produced. It was certainly the biggest he's produced in a very long time. It was his Finger Lakes unveiling for Tim Murphy. Dalton Brown gave him a great ride, and they got the job done. He's 2-1 today. He was 4.5 to 1 last time for the 11-2 year, and now he's in for the nickel. Kind of like 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, to be honest. This race came up, so they run. He's a second choice at 2-1, and then after that, you're going to find value. I think the horse, if you want a price, is the 2 Margarita Sunrise from Mark Tasso and Emmanuel De Diego. He's going to be on or close to the lead. I think he's a touch faster than Martin Kelly. Not last time, but overall, I think he's a touch faster. We'll see if he can get in front of Martin Kelly. It might be his only chance because I'm not so sure. Margarita Sunrise wants to pass horses, and I think De Diego needs to have that in mind and try to get him to the top. 7-3-2 here. Best of luck in the first leg of today's late pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's late pick 4. Prepare for Glory, the first to load. Margarita Sunrise is next. One of the two favorites, Martin Kelly, goes in. Here's the longest shot on the board, Holy Cowboy. Anything passable goes forward. Here's Zip It, Scotty. The other one taking the money here, slight favorite, Conformist. They're in the gate. The number 2, Margarita Sunrise, unseated rider, Emmanuel De Diego. We're going to have a delay here. Ladies and gentlemen, late scratch here in race number 5. Upon advice of the track veterinarian, the number 2, Margarita Sunrise, a late scratch. Again, upon advice of the track vet, the number 2, Margarita Sunrise, a late scratch. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers involving the number 2, Margarita Sunrise, will all be refunded. If you have Margarita Sunrise in the double or a pick 3, you'll get a consolation. If you've used Margarita Sunrise in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Once again, late scratch here in race 5. Scratch the 2, Margarita Sunrise. The field has been taken out of the gate, and we'll have a slight delay. Riders back aboard, and we're going to load them back in. Prepare for Glory goes in first. Here's Martin Kelly. Holy Cowboy. Anything passable? Zip It, Scotty. And Conformist. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, there goes Conformist. Zip It, Scotty's right there with Conformist. And now Martin Kelly makes it 3 across. In fact, shooting the rail, Holy Cowboy found his way to the inside, and now he's in front. It's a 5 deep, anything passable, and staying inside was Prepare for Glory. That's the 6 of them, separated by a half dozen lengths as they make their way up the backstretch, led by Holy Cowboy. Martin Kelly right on his throat latch in second. Then we drop back 2.5, 3 lengths to Conformist, who's inside of anything passable. Along the rail, Zip It Scotty opening quarter went a sensible 23 and 4. And it's a ways back to prepare for glory. The field's on the turn. And Martin Kelly has put his head in front, now a half length on Holy Cowboy. Conformist swings into action through a 47 and 3 half. Off the turn and into the stretch. Martin Kelly. Holy Cowboy won't go away. Between rivals, there's Zip It Scotty. Conformist wanders inside it as well. Past the 8th pole, coming to the 16th pole. Martin Kelly and Dalton Brown well on their way to back-to-back scores. Martin Kelly, he's going to win it by 3.5 at the end. Zip It Scotty was second. Anything Possible got third over Conformist in 113 and 1. Number 3, Martin Kelly was first. 6, Zip It Scotty second. 5, Anything Passable third. 7, Conformist was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, Martin Kelly. 9-year-old gelding by Judith's Wildcat out of the Orientate Man Mariko. Martin Kelly is owned by Ed Schetzel. Trained by Timothy P. Murphy. Winning rider, Dalton Brown. And it's official. $2 double, 6-3, 890. Conso double for $2, 6-2, 320. $2 exact to 3-6, 37 even. 50-cent try, 365, 2287. 10-cent super, 3657, $6.32. 50-cent pick 3, 463, $7.50. 50-cent pick 3 Conso 462, $2.85. Folks, please remember there was a late scratch of the 2 Margarita Sunrise Win Play Show Exacta Tri Supers were all refunded. If you used Margarita Sunrise in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you got the favorite at final odds. It was the winner, the number 3, Martin Kelly. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. No changes in the sequence. Post time for race 6 is in just over 21 minutes.
And we're in the paddock for race number 6. No doubt about that winner. Martin Kelly made it look easy. Dalton Brown, 2 in a row. As he's aboard for Tim Murphy. Martin Kelly, the drop off of the win, and makes it 2 in a row. What a good looking performance today. Maiden race for fillies and mares going a distance of 6 furlongs is the 6th. And you see some early money on the 5 Intentious off the last number. It does tower over most of these. She wasn't that competitive as far as winning the race, but she did make up a little bit of ground to be third behind Bella Voce, who would be a heavy favorite against this field. So even though it was a restricted 3-year-old race, it was a better race than what she'll face here. Very well-bred horse, a little better bred for the distance, but Windy Leaf Farm, John Buckley, they all run well, and the extra half furlong actually probably helps this horse's chances, and she looks like the horse to beat, and she's getting play at 7-5. The 2 is She's Enticing. If you're looking for a long shot in here, she's got some room to improve off of her initial start. Now, it was a runaway winner by over 15 lengths. Sweet Anniversary, who was just a much the best, good-looking performance. And again, that was her first start. So she was first start using Lasix for the first time, makes her second start as a 3-year-old, and she's got the room to improve, as mentioned. And she was somewhat competitive against the special weights as a 2-year-old last year, and any improvement would put her into the mix in this race, and she is a good number right now at odds of 21-1. The one horse, you got 2 for the price of 1 with Eddie's Rocket and Cruise to Win. Eddie's Rocket obviously showing some big improvement in her second career start, running second behind stablemate Exades, who just kind of shook away from that field. It was kind of the trip that Exades needed, but she still ran well to get up to be the next best behind that rival to round out a big Ralph D'Alessandro Exacta. So any other move forward from that race in her third career start, obviously that makes her a strong contender in race number 6. Now there is a first-time starter in here, not getting much play, is the 9 Beauty's Bangle. This one out of a Grade 1 winner, Soltra, who was a winner as a 2-year-old, won the Frizette Stakes, attracts Andre Worry in this race. Not the fastest of works for Beauty's Bangle, and she does start as a 4-year-old. Interesting enough, I mean, Soltra won that Frizette Stakes, but most of the offspring have been a little bit better going long. See how she does first time out of the box for a very capable trainer. She's at odds of 17-1. A lot of the early play, though, on the 5 Intentious at odds of 7-5. So that's some of the contenders for the 6. Can we start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double, also available here.
The field for race 6 is out on the track. The 1 is Eddie's Rocket with Emmanuel De Diego. One A is Cruising to Win with Heeman Harkey. 2 is She's Enticing with Luis Perez. The 3 is Joyful Departure, Joel Cruz rides. The 4 is With Lasting Speed and Stephen Frett. The 5 is Intentious and Kevin Navarro. The 6 is Nurse Bunny, Jeremias Flores is in the saddle. There's the 8, World Bank with Cabracoa. The 9 is Beauty's Bangle, Andre Worry's in the saddle. And there's the 7 going home now with a Rafael Rojina Jr. Field of 10, 9 betting interests. Big field here. I feel like such a chalk-eating weasel. I give you a field of 9. Field of 10 with 9 betting interests, and I picked the 8-5 favorite, the number 5, Intentious. But I like this horse's debut. Michael Anthony Ferraro done enough of Bella Voce to send her to Saratoga. Try her on the grass off that win. And this filly ran well, I thought. She kind of... Kevin Navarro and some other riders around here do something that I love, and that's save ground. Kevin saves a lot of ground with his horses. Other riders do too, but Kevin does it a lot. The injured John Davila Jr. as well. And this horse broke. He kind of saved ground and made up some ground late in the game. Took some money too on debut at 5-1. It was at a time where the John Buckley Firsters were running really, really well. And this horse, he didn't win, but he ran really, really well. And he comes back now. It's just hard to take such a short price on these maidens in these bigger fields because so much can happen. And this horse really wasn't very fast out of the gate first time out. And he had to pass some horses, and she's going to have to do it again. I should say. But I picked her on top, and I'm not going to change now. I'll tell you what. Had I known She's Enticing was going to be this big of a price, maybe I would have switched. I just figured this horse, second off the layoff for Ferraro, our leading trainer, would take some money. She's dead as disco on a tote board at 16-1, but she was first-time Lasix last time. She hadn't raced since last October, so you're looking at 8.5 months away from the game. When last seen, she was running against My Bronx Baby and Sweet Brown Sugar last year. She ran against some real fillies last year as a 2-year-old, so I'm going to forgive her first start as a 3-year-old, especially at that price, 15-1. She's worth a flyer in the win pool. The number 2, She's Enticing. I'll round things out with the entry, Eddie's Rocket. I like Eddie's Rocket. I don't like the other one. Eddie's Rocket improved big time from his debut to second out at a huge price for Ralphie D. He also has Cruising to Win in here who gets a pair of blinkers. I like the solid one who's taking some money second choice. I was a little surprised. I thought World Bank would take more money. The first of Beauty's Bangles, the only other horse I want to briefly talk about, didn't take a dime. Attracted Andre Worry. You see that bullet work two back, but hasn't taken any money, so I am not too concerned with the firster. 5-2-1. It's my favorite rapper's birthday, Notorious B.I.G., among other people. Best of luck in race 6. Less than a minute. Field's headed to the starting gate. The field for race 6 is headed into the gate. Eddie's Rockets first in, followed by She's Enticing. Out of order goes Nurse Bunny. Cruising to Wins in as well. Here comes Joyful Departure. First is going home now. Obviously loading out of order here. Now Joyful Departure goes in. Here's with Lasting Speed. Bet all the way down to odds on favoritism is the 5, Intentious, who goes up. Rider's off, going home now. Rafael Rohina Jr. climbs back aboard his mare. World Bank goes forward. And the last to load is the debuting Beauty's Bangle. They're in the gate. And they're off. Away from the gate a little awkwardly there was Eddie's Rocket from the rail. There's with Lasting Speed and Intentious, the favorites forward today as well. Far outside is the first of Beauty's Bangle. Between them is Nurse Bunny. A mad scramble on the front end that's won by With Lasting Speed. It's With Lasting Speed, a length over the favorite Intentious. Beauty's Bangle's right there as well. It's a gap of 3 lengths to a host of pursuers. Nurse Bunny's there, as is going home now. Dropping out of it there was Cruising to Win. Losing the rider at the back of the pack was Joyful Departure, lost the rider. 22-3, lots going on here with Lasting Speed, trying to avoid all of it. He's a half length in front at a huge price. He's over 30-1. And with Lasting Speed, spins off the turn and into the stretch through a 47-second half. He has a half length lead. Intentious and Beauty's Bangle have been trying to get by him the whole way. They're coming down to the 8th pole. Intentious trying to get by with Lasting Speed, who digs down deep, but Intentious finally gets the better of him. Beauty's Bangle won't go away. 16th pole. The favorite Intentious. Long shot Beauty's Bangle. Intentious, Beauty's Bangle. Intentious holds on. It got tight for second. Going home now. And Beauty's Bangle were there. I think with Lasting Speed held for 4th. Final time, 1:14-4. Number 5, Intentious, was first. It's a photo for second. There's a steward's inquiry into the start of race 6. Hold all tickets. Number 7 going home now was second. 9, Beauty's Bangle third. 4 with Lasting Speed fourth. 5794 here in race 6. Making her way into the winner's circle for the first time is number 5, Intentious. Intentious is a 3-year-old daughter of Solomini, out of the Bluegrass Cat mare Pumpkin's Pride. She's a New York bred owned by Wendy Lee Farm LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Kevin Navarro. Still unofficial, still Steward's inquiry into the start. Inquiry sign's been taken down. Race 6 is official. $2 double 3-5, $10 even.
Anthony, we're good. Official 5794.
$2 exact to 5-7, 32.60. 50-cent try, 5-7-9, 143 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 5-7-9-4, $406 and a dime. Race 7 comes up next. It starts the late double. No changes in the 7th or 8th. Post time for race 7 is in just over 23 minutes.
coming up on race number 7. And Intentious able to get the victory under Kevin Navarro for John Buckley and Windy Leaf Farm. There was a spill. It was at the start. Joel Cruz is okay, as Joyful Departure never really made it out of the gate with the jockey. But that one ended up bumping in, and She's Enticing, who kind of lost a lot of ground as well. But no doubt about the winner, Intentious, getting the victory in race number 6 at a short price. No big surprise there. Did have long shots behind him, though, including first-time starter Beauty's Bangle. Did I say that one right? 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going a mile 70. Yeah, the inside speed always is Big George's Kingdom. Returns to Finger Lakes after trying a sprint at Presque Isle, and that's just a tightener there as he comes back to Finger Lakes here. The route with speed, that's Big George's Kingdom, if you remember him. He does have a lot of seconds where he does sometimes make it interesting because he's not a horse that rates a lot on the front end. He just goes out there and plays catch me if you can, and they probably won't at the $5,000 level, and that's why he's at even money. Didn't think he'd get the 4-1 morning line. He's currently at 6-5. Although Anthony Ferraro has had a great season, a spill of bad luck right there as She's Enticing got bothered by the loose horse and then just got left at Presque Isle right after that. But this one looks tough to beat on the front end. The main rival does look like Flash Kiss. Flash Kiss was running against claimers in New York and then arrived here against the 11-9s. No real match for Superb Surprise, who was just the best winner in that race, although the rest of them wasn't that strong of an 11-9. Central Love, I think, came back to win a $5,000 claimer, so they don't take too much stock in that one. But he has been facing tougher, and he does drop to 5,000. So if Big George's Kingdom doesn't have it on the front end, he looks like the next best, the main rival. Although he's the favorite morning line, would think Big George's Kingdom would be the better value, even though he'll probably be the favorite as he looks pretty tough in here at 5,000. The 4 Riley B seems like a different horse the last couple starts since dropping back to 5,000. Was able to hold off Annoyed Spirit and Bench Press, who we'll see later today, although did have a fitness edge on those and also an easy lead. His next race I was more impressed with. He ran a solid second behind Drop Down Central Love and gave that one a little bit of a challenge despite having to rate a little bit in that race. You would expect him to rate just off of Big George's Kingdom and possibly Winning Connection and may land a share against these, although it does look like a tougher field when you got 3 drop downs right inside you. And that looks like the other one might be Winning Connection. He does look like he's a horse that likes to be in the race early. Not sure if he's as quick anymore as Big George's Kingdom, but he'll be close up to that one throughout. Another one like Big George's Kingdom, a lot of seconds compared to victories. His last couple races haven't been as good, but he does get some class relief here, dropping to 5,000. They do look like the co-favorites on the inside. You got Big George's Kingdom and Flash Kiss. Would think that Big George's Kingdom would be the one they're going to have to catch in here and beat. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double Offered in race number 7.
The field for race 7's out on the track. The 1 is Big George's Kingdom with Cabercoa. The 2 is Flash Kiss. Andre Worry rides. The 3 is Winning Connection with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Riley B. Heeman Harkey's in the saddle. The 5 is Reunion Tour with Emmanuel de Diego. 6 is Lorenzen with Jeremias Flores. Sevens Take the Edge. Stephen Fritz in the saddle. The 8's Blue Lieutenant with Joel Cruz. Field of 8. Going to go 1.70 here for a nickel. Flash Kiss stretches out off of a series of sprints, 2 sprints. The races at Aqueduct, though, remember, are a flat mile out of the chute, so this horse has never been 2 turns before by Chitu. I have an Orientate mare. That doesn't say a lot about 2 turns, but she raced well for the 11. He raced well for the 11,000 last time. Superb Surprise is on a 2-race win streak where he just won for fun. I believe he's in tomorrow. And then Flash Kiss is going to stretch out here. We'll see if he can carry his form around 2 turns. Short Price, as Jeremiah Englehart looks to get the job done here with the favorite. The 4, Riley B, won a photo 2 back, missed by a length last time. That was on the stretch out. He's better around 2 turns. Arcadio Lopez, I should say. Source was really good last time from an outside draw in a big field, and he just kept on coming. About half the price today at 5-1, but still a good price. Put him second, and then the 1 Big George's Kingdom. Tried his luck on the all-weather at Presque Isle last time to no avail. It was his first start since last August, missed just about 10 months. He had a 2-turn race here last year in the allowance condition that would absolutely thrash this bunch. See if he could find that form for our leading trainer and rider, Michael Anthony Ferraro and Cabercoa. 2-4-1 in the 7th. Best of luck in a late double. Post times in a minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the late double Big George's Kingdom, the first to load in. Flash Kiss up next, followed by Winning Connection. Riley B goes in. Here's Reunion Tour. And Lorenzen. Take the Edges next. Blue Lieutenant's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the rail, Big George's Kingdom sent immediately to the lead by Cabercoa. Going to have company from the outside and Blue Lieutenant. In and out. Big George's Kingdom from the rail, Blue Lieutenant from the outside draw. These two have already a 2.5 length lead over Flash Kiss, who is now dropping back. Flash Kiss just dropped back to last. Between horses, that's Riley B in third. To the inside's Winning Connection. Fourth, Green Cap, Reunion Tour. Gap of 2.5 to Lorenzen. And then at the back of the pack are Take the Edge. Flash Kiss just moved by Take the Edge. 24-second opening quarter as they head up the backstretch here in Farmington at Finger Lakes, led by Big George's Kingdom. Big George's Kingdom and Cabercoa, a 2.5 length lead. Blue Lieutenant at a big price, tried to keep up early. He is tailing off in second through a half in 48-4. Moving up between, there's Riley B. Room at the rail for Winning Connection. Flash Kiss, Andre Worry trying to motivate that one. Just moved into fifth, past Lorenzen. The two at the back Take the Edge, and now Reunion Tour trails 12 lengths from the leader. It's Big George's Kingdom. Big George's Kingdom. Riley B. and Heeman Harkey creep a bit closer in second as they make their way to the quarter pole. From the back, Flash Kiss. He's in gear now through 3/4 in 1:14-2. Keep an eye on Flash Kiss. Big George's Kingdom takes him off to turn it into the stretch, but Flash Kiss is coming to call on him. Flash Kiss down the center, just went right on by Big George's Kingdom, and Flash Kiss in the blink of an eye has a 3-length lead. Big George's Kingdom going to try to hold second. Late rally from Riley B and Take the Edge from the clouds. No doubt about this winner. It was all Flash Kiss by a half dozen. Then Big George's Kingdom, Take the Edge, got third over Riley B in 146 and 2. Number 2, Flash Kiss was first. 1, Big George's Kingdom second. Photo for third. Number 7, Take the Edge was third. 4, Riley B fourth. 2174 here in race 7. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Flash Kiss. 5-year-old gelding's the son of Chitu. Out of the Orientate Mare, Lipstick Traces. Flash Kiss is owned by Curra Stables and trained by Jeremiah Englehart. Winning rider, 2 on the day for Andre Worry. $12 double 5-2, $9.70. $2 exact at 2-1, 15 even. 50-cent try, 217, 32.37. 10-cent super, 2174, $22.72. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. No changes. Post time for the finale is in just over 20 minutes. Don't forget, folks, our third handicapping contest of the season comes to Finger Lakes on Monday, August 12th. It's free. Just have to be a Lucky North member. You have a chance to win the first prize of $1,000. $2,500 in cash and prizes up for grabs. The top 3 finishers get cash prizes. Registration opens when the doors do at 11:30 a.m. for a first post, the new one here at Finger Lakes, of 1 p.m. It's Monday, August 12th, our third handicapping contest of the season, here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
Getting ready for the final race on today's card. And yeah, what looked like a 2-horse race in race number 7 turned out to be. The difference was Freshkis gets a little help from his friend outside. Blue Lieutenant pressed the issue, made Big George's Kingdom take off a little bit more than usual, and it left him a little bit soft enough for Flash Kiss to put in that late run and get the victory. Andre Worry, another win for him. That one for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart. I think Exact paid $15 for one of the easiest Exacta boxes you'll get. 5,000 never won 2 condition going to mile 70. And you got a couple of horses that ran off of the layoff and ran very well back on June 25th. Anointed Spirit finished second behind Riley B. And it was Bench Press who ran third that day. Both of them had been coming off layoffs, Anointed Spirit since September, Bench Press since August. Now, Bench Press has had a race since. It's just a matter of pace and maybe just being too far off of a very slow pace that day, and ended up finishing off the board. His reunion tour doesn't even have speed, was able to walk up front. This one did put in a late run and circling the field, but just at that point didn't have the pace and ended up 4th. Third start off the layup for Bench Press, just a matter of getting the right kind of pace to chase, and he should be awfully tough in here, at least a threat in the last race. Now, the 4, a little fresher horse, because it's only his second start of the year, ran well to be second behind Lone Speed winner Riley B that day. Riley B actually ran pretty well in race number 7 behind those 2 horses that just pretty much laid over the field. This one was a top 4 finishes in his last 3 starts of the season last year, and one of those was dropping down to 5,000. Yeah, the only starts for 5 was he broke his maiden and then came back and ran second in a 2 lifetime in the waiver claim. Logical horse is Anointed Spirit. He's the current favorite at odds of even money. All right, after you get past those 2, and keep in mind, both of them are horses that come from Matta. We might look at horses that have a little bit of speed. Peaceful Persuasion looks like the horse with speed. It's just a matter of how long can he sustain that speed. He's certainly well bred for the route. It's just something that he hasn't done, and he'll try to take his speed all the way. Might get some pressure from 30 Oysters, who also has a little bit of speed from post 6. Now, She Speaks Well is one I used in the top 3 or 4. This one didn't fire at all last time. Thought that he'd run better than that. He didn't run that terribly against Love That Bird, first time stretching out this year. Has had a bunch of starts, but from the inside position, go from outside to inside, might run a little better today. And after you get past the top 2, maybe he's one that could finish in your super to give you a little bit of value. Exacta Tri Super offer in the last race. We continue with live racing tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post.
The field for race 8 on the track. The 1 is She Speaks Well with John Berrios. The 2 is Camboo with Heeman Harkey. The 3 is Peaceful Persuasion with Emmanuel De Diego. The 4 is Anointed Spirit with Andre Worry, looking for his 3rd win on the card. The 5 is Big Hutchie with Jackie Davis. Please note Big Hutchie's a gelding. The 6 is 30 Oysters with Carlos Camilo. The 7 is Bench Press with K. Barcoa. The 8's Hardly Working with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 9's Dancing with Jake. Rafael Rojina Jr. is in the saddle. It's your field of 9 going a mile and 70 to wrap Tuesday here at the Lakes. Number 7, Bench Press. Third off the layoff. Third time for Carl O'Callahan. Gets leading rider Cabacoa in the saddle today. Made up ground in both of his starts since coming here to Finger Lakes. Just ran out of real estate both times. He has not had the quickest of paces, especially last time. They really walked last time. And I think there's a chance. I don't know if it's going to definitely happen, but I think there's a chance of it being a little different today. You have a horse like 30 Oysters, the number 6, who's stretching out. Cambu was a little more forward last time. I could see Peaceful Persuasion out of the sprints, stretching out here. I think there's going to be some pace on. I think Bench Press will be the biggest beneficiary of it. See if third time here at Finger Lakes for Carl's the charm. I'll try the 7. 4, Anointed Spirit, just missed off the layoff. Gets to try the waiver again. Riley B's raced well. Beat Bench Press. He didn't have the cleanest of trips. Worry stays, looking to sweep the late double and win 3 on the card. Source Broker's maiden in his only other start for the nickel, right before he went to the bench in September of last year. He's run well back-to-back. I guess he deserves to be the favorite, though. I wouldn't make anybody under 5-2 or so in this heat. But he is. He's 8-5. I put him second. And the 9, Dancing with Jake, he stretched out a couple of times. And he got a little tired late in the game. But he's also been a little bit more forward than I think he's comfortable being. And the combination of some faster horses early and the outside draw, maybe he gets to settle and make one run. I think he might have a little bit more success doing that. And he's a big price at 14-1. 7, 4, 9. Everybody's covered in the pick 5 and pick 6. PPs will be up after 6:30 at fingerlakesgaming.com for tomorrow's card. Best of luck in the finale. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. First post tomorrow for the 8-race card, 1 p.m. We'll see you then. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the finale. She Speaks Well, though, first to load. Next up is Cambu. Peaceful Persuasion goes in, followed by the favorite Anointed Spirit. Co-favorite, I should say. Big Hutchie's next. $30 Oysters goes in. Here's Bench Press. Hardly Working goes in. Dancing with Jake's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off in the finale. From between there's 30 Oysters. Also with speed there is Peaceful Persuasion. Along the inside is Cambu. Middle of the pack, Big Hutchie. And now rushing up outside, Pink Hat is Hardly Working. And we come back 3 lengths to She Speaks Well, who's at the rail, just passed by Dancing with Jake. The 2 at the back are Anointed Spirit and Bench Press. 24 opening quarter. Went pretty quick around that first turn. It's Peaceful Persuasion, shadowed by 30 Oysters. A length and a half back, it's Hardly Working. It's 5 more to Cambu and Big Hutchie. They race as a team. Moving up on the outside is Dancing with Jake. Anointed Spirit's there. Out of last is Bench Press. At the tail end of the field is She Speaks Well. Half, 48-2. They keep on moving along as they make their way to the far turn. And now 30 Oysters is shaken loose. Anointed Spirit immediately follows that move. Andre Warrior's looking for 3, and he's going after 30 Oysters right now with Anointed Spirit. And the back markers really aren't progressing. 3/4 and 1, 13-4. 30 Oysters. Anointed Spirit with dead aim here in the stretch at Finger Lakes. Back in third is Dancing with Jake, and on the outside is Bench Press. Anointed Spirit, 30 Oysters trying to hang in there, but Anointed Spirit just went by him. Anointed Spirit, 30 Oysters trying to battle back, but at the 16th pole, it's Anointed Spirit. Bravely fighting on 30 Oysters, but Anointed Spirit wins it by a long neck at the end. Then it was 30 Oysters. Looks like Dancing with Jake held third. Photo for fourth, either Cambu or Bench Press. Final time was 1:45-4. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 4, Anointed Spirit was first. 6, 30 Oysters second. 9, Dancing with Jake third. 2, Cambu finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Anointed Spirit. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of more spirit out of the Interactif mare, Agent Provocateur. Anointed Spirits owned by Christopher R. Fung, who also trains. Winning rider, Andre Wari. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a jockey's objection here. The rider of the 4th place finisher, the number 2, Cambu, has lodged a claim of foul against the rider of the 3rd place finisher, the number 9, Dancing with Jake, for a foul in the vicinity of the quarter pole. Please hold all tickets. The rider of the number 2, Cambu, has lodged a claim of foul against the rider of the number 9, Dancing with Jake, for interference at the quarter pole or in that vicinity. Please hold all tickets. The results stand. There'll be no change in the order of finish. 4-6-9-2 in the finale. Never even colored today. Okay, that's today. $2 double, 2-4, 23.60. $2 exacta, 4-6, 61 even. 50-cent try, 4-6-9, $70.75. 10-cent super, 4-6, 9-2, 68.65. 50-cent pick 3, 5-2-4, $8.90. 50-cent pick 4, $20.12. 50-cent pick 5, $31.37. Pick 6 was hit today, 6 of 6, $57 even. 5 of 6, $2. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Please note the gaming side of the building is open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes here tomorrow. First post 1 o'clock for an 8-race Wednesday card to wrap the week. Don't forget, those PPs will be available tonight after 6:30 p.m. over at fingerlakesgaming.com, and they're available each and every day of the 2024 racing season. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A Anthony Stabile, your track announcer. Thanking you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 1. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.